and today we are beginning a new life history. And today we'll be focusing on Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh, who is Queen Elizabeth II's last born son. So if you haven't previously already seen it, we've done Queen Elizabeth II's life history. We also did Princess Royal, Princess Anne's life history. That is Queen Elizabeth II's daughter. Princess Anne, we did her life history, and that's in the playlist section and on the community tab. So if you'd like to catch up with those, you can feel free to do so after this one. So today we'll be talking about Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh. And the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Brand new series. I'm excited, are you? Let's go. Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh. Edward Anthony Richard Louis, born 10th March 1964, is a member of the British royal family. He is the youngest child of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh at the time, and the youngest sibling of King Charles III. He was born third in line of succession to the British throne and is now 14th. So Prince Edward is now 14th in line to the British throne. Okay, let's continue. Born at Buckingham Palace during the reign of his mother, Edward studied at Heatherdown School and completed his A-levels at Gordonstone, sorry if I mispronounced that, Gordonstone, before spending part of his gap year teaching at Wanganui, sorry for mispronouncing that, Collegiate, sorry for mispronouncing that, school in New Zealand. He then went up to read history at Jesus College, Cambridge, graduating in 1986 with a Bachelor of Arts degree from Cambridge University. After a brief stint in the Royal Marines, he worked as a theatre production assistant at the Really Useful Theatre Company before assisting in television production. He later formed his own company, Ardent Productions. Wow, interesting. Let's continue. Edward stepped down from the company in 2002 to begin full-time duties as a working member of the royal family and undertook engagements on behalf of his mother. He holds patronage with over 70 charities and organizations. Wow, that's huge. Well done to Prince Edward. That's a lot. 70 charities. That's amazing. Let's continue. He holds patronage with over 70 charities and organizations, including the National Youth Theatre, the Sport and Recreation Alliance, and the British Paralympic Association. His charity work focuses on the arts, athletics, and the development of the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which centres around fitness, well-being, and community service. See, Prince Edward is one of the ones who likes a quiet life as well. So he does all of his work behind the scenes, and he is very, very, I'll say, loyal, and he likes to keep low key. So that means he's very, very passionate, and he is very genuine. That's the word I was looking for. He's genuine in all his commitments. I love the way he keeps, and he kept low key. And he was the only one of the Queen's 4 children not to get a divorce. And I pray and pray that his marriage will continue to be successful. So they look like a lovely couple. Let's continue. Edward was created Earl of Wessex prior to marrying Sophie Rhys-Jones in 1999. They have two children, Lady Louise Mountbatten Windsor and James Mountbatten Windsor, Earl of Wessex. Edward's mother conferred him the additional title of Earl of Forfar in 2019. That's the first I've heard of that. Earl of Forfar. Because previously I've heard of Earl of Wessex, and I've heard of what was the other one? Viscount Severn. I've heard of that before, but I've never heard of Earl of Forfar. Interesting. Okay, let's continue. Edward's mother conferred him the additional title of Earl of Forfar in 2019. On Edward's 59th birthday in 2023, his brother Charles III granted him the title Duke of Edinburgh as a life peerage. Oh, how sweet. I know that they have a very, very tight and close, nice sibling relationship. I've noticed that between the Queen's children. Beautiful. Let's continue. His brother Charles III granted him the title Duke of Edinburgh as a life peerage, a dukedom previously held by their father, who died in 2021, then briefly by Charles himself. Amazing. So that brings us to the end of session number 1. So that was a little introduction to Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh. And the next session will be session number 2, and that will be talking about his early life and education. Prince Edward's early life and education. That will be our next session number 2. So I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I did. Feel free to catch up. Please also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Edward's life history, and previously we discussed session number 2, which was called early life and education, and today's session is session number 3, which is called post-university, and it's split into 3 sections, which is Royal Marines, Theatre and Television, and Ardent Productions. Just before we begin, if you haven't already caught up, we have a playlist for Prince Edward's life history on the community tab, and in the playlist section also you'll find Princess Anne's life history, that's his sister, and Queen Elizabeth II's life history, and that's his late mother. So yeah, you'll find those in the playlist section and in the community tab. Okay, so let's get on with reading, and the source I am reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Post-university in terms of Prince Edward's life history. Royal Marines. After graduating in 1986, Edward joined the Royal Marines, who had reportedly sponsored his tuition at Cambridge on condition of future service. He had signed up to join the Royal Marines in September 1983. In January 1987, he dropped out of the commando course, having completed 1/3 of the 12-month training. Media reported that Prince Philip, who was the Captain General Royal Marines, was displeased. But Prince Edward later said that his father had not put undue pressure on him to change his mind. Oh, that's good. That's a good father. Not putting too much pressure on your kids is very important. Yeah, glad he did that. Let's continue. Others stated that Philip was the most sympathetic family member towards his son's decision. Buckingham Palace said that Edward's decision came after much consideration and that he was leaving to apologize. Edward's decision came after much consideration and that he was leaving with great regret, but has concluded that he does not wish to make the service his long-term career. That's another thing, being true to yourself, very important. So that's the reason why he dropped out, because he felt like it was not going to be his future long-term career. Okay, let's continue. We are now on to theatre and television in terms of Prince Andrew's life history. After leaving military service, Edward opted to pursue a career in entertainment. He commissioned the 1986 musical Cricket from Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice for his mother's 60th birthday celebration, which led to a job offer at Lloyd Webber's really useful theatre company, where he worked as a production assistant on the musicals such as The Phantom of the Opera, Starlight Express, and Cats. While there, he met actress Ruthie Henshaw, whom he dated for 3 years. Oh, wow. Never heard of that. The only person I've heard of is Sophie Rhys-Jones. But let's continue. Edward's first foray into television production was the program The Grand Knockout Tournament, informally known as its A Royal Knockout on 15th of June 1987, in which 4 teams sponsored by him, his siblings, Anne, and Andrew, and Andrew's wife Sarah competed for charity. The program was criticized by the media and the public. What doesn't the media criticize? They've always got something to say. Anyway, let's keep going. And it was later reported that the Queen was not in favor of the event, with her courtiers having advised against it. Okay, the program raised over £1,500,000 for its selected charities. Hope I got that right. Is it 1.5 million? It's 1,500, 000. So is that 1.5 million? Correct me if I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm right. Let's continue. We are now on to Ardent Productions in terms of Prince Edward's life history. So in 1993, Edward founded the television production company Ardent Productions. Ardent was involved in the production of a number of documentaries and dramas, but Edward was accused in the media of using his royal connections for financial gain. Really? Our beloved Prince Edward? No. The one who always keeps low key and always does things genuinely. I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. But let's keep reading. Let's read that again. But Edward was accused in the media of using his royal connections for financial gain. And the company was referred to by some industry insiders as a sad joke. Oh my goodness, not very nice, were they? Due to a perceived lack of professionalism and in its operations. Let's read that again. Edward was accused in the media of using his royal connections for financial gain, and the company was referred to by some industry insiders as a sad joke due to a perceived lack of professionalism on its operations. Andy Beckett, writing in The Guardian, opined that to watch. Let's read that again. I'm getting lost with my train of thought here with all this kind of horrible words towards our Prince Edward. Let's keep going. Let me try to read that again. Andy Beckett, writing in The Guardian, opined that to watch Ardent's few dozen hours of broadcast output is to enter a strange kingdom where every man in Britain still wears a tie, where pieces to camera are done in cricket jumpers, where people clasp their hands behind their backs like guardsmen. Commercial breaks are filled with army recruiting advertisements or advertisements. Yeah, not very positive, was it? Let's continue. Oh, the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, by the way. Yeah, don't like too much negativity. If you want to corroborate what I'm saying, yeah, go and have a look at Wikipedia after this. But let's continue. Ardent's productions were better received in the United States. And a documentary Edward made about his great uncle, Edward VIII, the late Duke of Windsor, in 1996, sold well worldwide. Okay. Nonetheless, the company reported losses every year it operated, with the exception of one, when Edward did not draw a salary. Oh no. An ardent two-man film crew later allegedly invaded the privacy of Edward's nephew, Prince William. Oh, in September 2001, when he was studying at the University of St. Andrews, which went against industry guidelines regarding the privacy of members of the royal family. William's father, Edward's elder brother Charles, was reportedly angered by the incident. In March 2002, I do apologize. In March 2002, Edward announced that he would step down as production director and joint managing director of Ardent. Okay, that was a wise decision. I think so. So he stepped down to concentrate on his public duties and to support the Queen during her Golden Jubilee year. Ardent Productions was voluntarily dissolved in 2009 with assets reduced to just £40. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. That was quite interesting. Never knew any of that. So that brings us to the end of session number 3. History, and the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, in case you'd like to catch up there. Also, I've created a playlist, an audio playlist of the sessions we've been doing so far. So in the playlist, after this live stream, I'll include this session number 3. So that will make it 3 parts. At the moment, there's 2 in there. And also on the community tab and in the playlist section, you'll find Princess Anne's life history and also Queen Elizabeth II's life history. So they are on the community tab and in the playlist section. I do thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Please thumbs up if you haven't already, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Edward's life history. And if you have previously missed our previous episodes, you'll find it in the playlist section and on the community tab. And the playlist is called Prince Edward's Life History. So previously in session number 3, we discussed post-university. And today's session is session number 4, and it's called Marriage and Children. And the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Edward met Sophie Rhys-Jones for the first time in 1987 when he was dating her friend. Oh, interesting. They met again at a promotion shoot for the Prince Edward Summer Challenge to raise money for charity in 1993. and the two began their relationship soon afterwards. In December 1993, amid growing speculation about whether they were planning to marry, Edward wrote a letter to newspaper editors in which he denied any wedding plans and asked the media to respect their privacy. Quite rightly. That's one thing I've admired about this couple. They have kept a low profile, and that's probably why their marriage is so good and everlasting. Just to let you know that if you don't know, Prince Edward and Sophie, their marriage has lasted, and they've been the only one of the Queen's children's marriage to survive this far. And I pray that they'll continue going just like the Queen and Prince Philip till death do they part. So they're a lovely couple, and pray that they stay together forever and ever. That's really nice. Let's continue. Edward proposed to Sophie on holiday in the Bahamas in December 1998, and their engagement was announced on 6th of January 1999. Edward proposed to Sophie with an Asprey and Garrett engagement ring worth an estimated £105,000. Wow. A 2-carat oval diamond flanked by 2 heart-shaped gemstones set in 18-carat white gold. Beautiful. Must say, I haven't actually seen her ring before. So if you are interested, you can Google it. I think I'm going to Google it later, just out of interest. I've seen quite other royals. Catherine Princess of Wales ring was famous because Diana already wore it. We know it's blue diamond, blue sapphire with diamonds on it. So Sophie's one sounds interesting. I might go and have a look at that after. All right, let's continue. Their wedding took place on 19th of June 1999 in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. This was a departure from the weddings of his elder brothers, which were large formal events at Westminster Abbey or St. Paul's Cathedral, and had ended in divorce. See what I was saying? Yeah, sadly. Let's continue. On his wedding day, Prince Edward was created Earl of Wessex with the subsidiary title of Viscount Severn, alluding to the Welsh roots of the Countess's family, breaking from a tradition whereby sons of the sovereign were created royal dukes. Sophie had an ectopic pregnancy in 2001. Edward and Sophie have 2 children. Nice. Lady Louise Mountbatten Windsor, born prematurely on 8th of November 2003 due to a sudden placental abruption. Wow, thank God she was delivered safely, and she has grown up into a lovely young lady. I think she's around 18 years old. If I'm not correct, you can correct me in the comment section. I think she's about 18, but we'll check that later and I'll get back to you. Yeah, let's continue. And James Mountbatten Windsor, then Viscount Severn, now Earl of Wessex, was born on 17th of December 2007. Edward's children since 2023 are styled as the children of a duke rather than a princess, prince or princess, and royal highness. The family's country seat is Bagshot Park. Their office and official London residence is at Buckingham Palace. Oh, that's interesting. I never knew that. Learned a lot here. I hope you found it as interesting as I have. That brings us to the end of session number 4, which was called and on the community tab you'll find the playlist, and it's called Prince Edward's Life History. You'll also find in the playlist section Queen Elizabeth II's life history and Princess Royal's or Princess Anne's life history, which are his sister and his late mother. Yes, thank you for tuning in. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Please check out the community tab for more interesting content, including Queen Elizabeth II's life history, Princess Anne's life history, and Prince Edward's life history. So today we will be continuing on with session number 5, part 2. We did session number 5, part 1 and 2. I split it into 2 segments because it was quite long. So this is the remaining part, and this 5.2, and it's called Activities. And the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So this is called session number 5.2, and it's Prince Edward's life history. So let's go. Previously, we discussed what he did in June 2011 when he visited Baltimore to meet students and staff of the Living Classrooms Foundation and encourage them to participate in Duke of Edinburgh's award program. So now we will be moving on with 2013, and that's when he visited South Africa. So let's go. In 2013, a couple visited South Africa. The Queen appointed the Earl of Wessex as Lord High Commissioner to the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland for 2014. In 2015, for his contributions to projects associated with badminton, Edward was awarded the President's Medal by the Badminton World Federation, President Paul-Eric Hoyer. In May 2016, the Earl visited Ghana alongside President Mahama. He presented young people with the Head of State Awards for their participation in the Duke of Edinburgh's International Awards Scheme. In September 2016, Edward travelled to Chile as part of the Duke of Edinburgh's Awards Diamond Anniversary and visited projects by British and Commonwealth Fire and Rescue Company and Chilean British Culture University, of which he is an honorary member and patron respectively. The Earl and Countess of Wessex represented the Queen at the 50th anniversary celebrations of Sultan Hassanal Bolkiah's accession to the throne of Brunei in October 2017. In February 2018, the Earl and Countess toured Sri Lanka, participating in the 70th Independence Day celebrations in Colombo. In April 2018, the Earl visited Australia to attend the, is this 21st Commonwealth Games? I'm not good at Roman numerals, but I'm trying here. It's XX1. I'm assuming X is 10, and then another X is 10, and then 1 behind it. Hopefully that's 21. I will correct myself in the comment section after this if I'm wrong. I think I got it right. The Earl visited Australia to attend the XX1, which I think is 21st Commonwealth Games, and attend fundraising events for those participating in the Duke of Edinburgh Award challenges. 20 years after its inception, the Wessex Youth Trust changed its name to the Earl and Countess of Wessex Charitable Trust, managed by the private office of the Earl and Countess of Wessex for FOFA. The trust will continue to develop sustainable relationships with a range of selected partner charities and will expand its remit beyond supporting children and young people. In July 2019, the Earl and Countess visited FOFA on their first official visit to the Royal, is it Borough? Never good at pronouncing things. I think I got it right. The Royal Burr, since the Queen granted Prince Edward the additional title of the do apologize. Let's read that again. Since the Queen granted Prince Edward the additional title Earl of Forfar in March 2019, the Earl was presented with Earl of Forfar tartan, which was designed by Forfar's Strathmore Woolen Company to celebrate their new titles. In 2020, he took over the patronage of London Youth from his father, who had held the position for 73 years. Wow, that's amazing. Let's continue. In February 2022, Edward was appointed president of the Royal Windsor Horse Show, a position previously held by his father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. In the following month, he visited Kenya to oversee the progress of the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award in the country. In April 2022, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and Forfar toured St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Antigua and Barbuda to mark the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Their planned visit to Grenada was postponed after talks with the island's government and Governor-General, and the couple expressed their hopes to visit the country on a later date. In 2022, in recognition of his role as patron of the Production Guild, the Earl of Wessex Award was created as part of the Guild's inaugural talent showcase to recognise UK film and TV organisations who have created a successful way of inspiring local talent or skills, widening access or being more inclusive. After he was created Duke of Edinburgh on his 59th birthday, Edward and Sophie visited Edinburgh to meet with members of the Ukrainian and Eastern European communities in the city, some of whom were displaced following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Edward became patron of the Duke of Edinburgh's Award upon being raised to the dukedom. And source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. If you'd like to catch up on there further, you can. Also, you can catch up on the community tab with our audio version of these. And we have Prince Edward's life history, Queen Elizabeth II's life history, and Princess Anne's life history. Yeah, so that brings us to the this. Go on to the playlist section or go onto the community tab. You'll find all the episodes in there. I think we've got parts 1 to 5 in there, and I'll include 5.2 after. Everyone, hi, welcome. This is International Royals TV. Thank you for clicking. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And today we'll be continuing on with Prince Edward's life history. This is session number 6, and it's called In the Media. And the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. If you need to catch up on previous episodes, we have got a playlist, and it's called Prince Edward's life history. And you'll also find it on the community tab, and in the playlist section, we also have Queen Elizabeth II's life history and Princess Anne's life history. And session number 6 was called, I do apologize, session number 5 was called Activities, and today's session is session number 6, and it's called In the Media. So let's go. In 1999, Edward was criticised by Labour MPs John Cryer and Lindsay Hoyle for comments he made during an interview with the New York Times, in which he stated that in Britain they hate anyone who succeeds. And America is where the money is. Oh wow. The criticism prompted him to issue a statement clarifying that offending the British public was the very last thing I would have wanted to do. In 2011, close associates of Jonathan Rees private investigator connected to the News International phone hacking scandal stated that he had penetrated Edward and Sophie's bank accounts, oh my goodness, and sold details about them to the Sunday Mirror. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, in case you'd like to follow that up. And that brings us to the end of session number 6, which was called In the Media. Session Thank you for clicking. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Please check out our community tab for Prince Edward's life history, Queen Elizabeth II's life history, and Princess Anne's life history. So today we'll be continuing on with session number 7. It's actually the finale of Prince Edward. Prince Edward's life history. Be sad to see him go, but we will, after this session, we will be moving on to Queen Elizabeth II's late husband, late Queen Elizabeth II and her husband, both late. Yeah, we missed them both. We'll be continuing on with Queen Elizabeth II's husband after this. So let's continue with today's session, which is called Titles, Styles, Honours and Arms. And the playlist will be on the community tab after this, so you can catch up in there as well. So I am reading from source Wikipedia. Okay, so let's go. Titles, styles, honours and arms in terms of Prince Edward's life history. Titles and styles. Until his marriage, Edward was known as His Royal Highness the Prince Edward. On 19th of June 1999, he became His Royal Highness the Earl of Wessex. Buckingham Palace announced the intention that Edward would eventually be created Duke of Edinburgh, a title then held by his father, Prince Philip, once it had merged in the crown upon the death of both of Prince Philip, once it had merged in the crown upon the death of both his parents. Okay. On 10th of March 2019, his 55th birthday, Edward was granted the additional title of Earl of Forfar for use in Scotland. Forfar or Forfar? Can't pronounce it anyway. But yeah, let's continue. So that was for use in Scotland. On his 59th birthday, 10th March 2023, Edward was created Duke of Edinburgh, thus becoming His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. His ducal or ducal, I think it's ducal title is not hereditary, so it will revert to the crown on his death. That's interesting. In 1994, the Independent Royalist Party of Estonia, aspiring to make Estonia a monarchy, sent a letter to Queen Elizabeth II requesting permission to crown Prince Edward as King of Estonia. The letter had called Edward a young British prince much admired by Estonians, adding the party would most be... Let's read that again. I do apologize. The letter had called Edward a young British prince much admired by Estonians, adding the party would be most honoured if you would accept this rare request. Buckingham Palace declined the offer, saying it was it was a charming idea, but a rather unlikely one. Wonder why. Anyway, moving on. Honours. Edward is a Royal Knight, companion of the most noble Order of the Garter, an extra knight of the most ancient and most noble Order of the Thistle, a knight Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order and a personal aide de camp to the sovereign. And then we are on to arms, which describes his coat of arms for the Duke of Edinburgh. And it says, the Duke's personal coat of arms is that of the Royal Arms with a label for difference. So if you like to hear or see more information about arms and the coat of arms, how it describes the Duke of Edinburgh's coat of arms, you can back that up on Wikipedia. The listing is all there, so you'll be able to catch up and read more there about the coat of arms. So that brings us to the end of session number 7, and that brings us to the end of Prince Edward's life history. Are you sad to see it go? I am. But good news is you can catch up in the playlist section. That will be all episodes will be put in the playlist, and we've also already got parts 1 to 6 in the playlist. And when this is over, I will include this inside the playlist too. So we'll have a whole playlist for Prince Edward's life history. We've already got a whole playlist for Queen Elizabeth II's life history, and we also have a whole playlist for Princess Anne, Princess Royal's life history. How fascinating it really is. I've learned a lot, and I hope you have too. So the next person we will be talking about is Queen Elizabeth II's late husband, Prince Philip. I'm very intrigued to know what his life was all about, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot of episodes because he had a long life. So yeah, there'll be a lot of layers to uncover there. Yeah, so hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Please check out our community tab for all the different playlists that we have. Queen Elizabeth II's life history, Princess Anne's life history, and Prince Edward's life history. Also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also thumbs up as well if you haven't already, and do return. Visit us. We also have fascinating shorts videos on the channel as well, and we also have other country royals, not only the UK, not only the British royals. And as soon as we are done with the British royal family, we will be moving on to other royal families around the world, and that will be quite interesting for me. I'm especially intrigued to hear more about Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden, and also the Denmark royals as well. They quite interest me, so I'm looking forward to that as well. So yeah, please could you answer our poll question before you leave? I didn't know what milk did to wrinkles until I up. If you haven't already, please could you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thank you so much for being here. So today we are going to be starting a brand new series. I'm quite excited that we are now moving on to Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh at the time, and he was Queen Elizabeth II's husband. So I know both of them have passed away, sadly. I do miss both of them, but let's reminisce and hear a bit about the past. So, source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, and today's session is session number 1, and it's called Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. So let's go. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, born Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark, later Philip Mountbatten, 10th of June 1921 to 9th of April 2021, was the husband of Queen Elizabeth II. As such, he was the consort of the British monarch from his wife's accession on 6th February 1952 until his death in 2021, making him the longest serving royal consort in history. Wow, that's amazing. Let's continue. Philip was born in Greece into the Greek and Danish royal families. His family was exiled from the country when he was 18 months old. Wow. After being educated in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, he joined the Royal Navy in 1939 when he was 18 years old. In July 1939, Philip began corresponding with the 13-year-old Princess Elizabeth, the elder daughter and heir presumptive of King George VI. During the Second World War, he served with distinction in the British Mediterranean and Pacific fleets. In the summer of 1946, the king granted Philip permission to marry Elizabeth, then aged 20. Wow, match made in heaven from such a young age. Let's continue. Before the official announcement of their engagement in July 1947, Philip stopped using his Greek and Danish royal titles and styles, became a naturalized British subject, and adopted his maternal grandparents' surname, Mountbatten. In November 1947, he married Elizabeth, was granted the style His Royal Highness, and was created Duke of Edinburgh, Earl of Merioneth, and Baron Greenwich. Philip left active military service when Elizabeth ascended the throne in 1952, having reached the rank of commander. In 1957, he was created a British prince. Philip had 4 children with Elizabeth: Charles, Anne, Andrew, and Edward. A sports enthusiast, Philip helped develop the equestrian event of carriage driving. He was patron president of let's read that again. He was patron president or member of over 780 organizations, including the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and served as a chairman of the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, a youth awards program for people aged 14 to 24. Philip is the longest lived male member of the British royal family. He retired from royal duties in 2017, aged 96, having completed 22,219 solo engagements. Wow, that's fabulous. That's amazing. Can you even comprehend that? 22,000 engagements. Wow. Let's continue. And 5,493 speeches since 1952. How do they even keep track of all this? So amazing. Philip died at the age of 99 at Windsor Castle. Sadly passed away. And so has Queen Elizabeth II. It's nice to reminisce on their life. So that brings us to the end of session number 1, which is in terms of Prince Philip's life history. And next session will be session number 2, and that will be called Clicking. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 2. Previously we did session number 1, and that was an introduction to his life. And if you've missed out on that, You'll find it in the playlist section and on the community tab. And today's session is called Early Life and Education, and session number 2. And source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Early life and education in terms of Prince Philip's life history, family, infancy, and exile from Greece. Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark was born on 10th of June 1921 on the dining room table in Mon Repos. Wow, on the dining room table. A villa on the Greek island of Corfu. He was the only son and fifth and final child of Prince Andrew of Greece and Denmark and his wife, Princess Alice of Battenberg. Philip's father was the fourth son of King George I and Queen Olga of Greece. And his mother was the eldest child of Louis Mountbatten, first Marquis of Hilfred Haven, and Victoria Mountbatten, Marchioness of Milford Haven, formerly Prince Louis of Battenberg, and Princess Victoria of Hesse and by Rhine. I hope I pronounced that well. Hesse or Hesse. I think it's Hesse. By Rhine. Okay, let's continue. A member of the House of Glucksburg, Philip was a prince of both Greece and Denmark by virtue of his patrilineal descent from George I of Greece and George's father, Christian. I'm not so good with Roman numerals. It's a 1 and an X. So you can let me know that in the comment section. So Christian, I'm not sure what his number is, of Denmark. He was from birth in the line of succession to both thrones. Philip's 4 elder sisters were Margarita, Theodora, Cecil, and Sophie. He was baptized in the Greek Orthodox rite at St. George's Church in the old fortress in Corfu. His godparents were his maternal, let's read that again. His godparents were his paternal grandmother, his cousin, Crown Prince George of Greece, his uncle, Lord Louis Mountbatten, and the mayor of Corfu, Alexandros Kokotos. Let's hope I pronounced that right. Let's continue. Shortly after Philip's birth, his maternal grandfather died in London. The Marquis of Milford Haven was a naturalized British subject who, after a career in the Royal Navy, had renounced his German titles and adopted the surname Mountbatten, an Angelicalized version of Battenberg. During the First World War, owing to anti-German sentiment in the United Kingdom, after visiting London for his grandfather's memorial service, Philip and his mother returned to Greece, where Prince Andrew had remained to command a Greek army division embroiled in the Greco-Turkish War. Greece suffered significant losses in the war, and the Turks made substantial gains. Philip's uncle and high commander of the Greek expeditionary, sorry, I can't pronounce that. I do apologize. Expeditionary, I think that is, correct me in the comment section if I'm wrong. Philip's uncle and high commander of the Greek expeditionary force, King Constantine I, was blamed for the defeat and was forced to abdicate in September 1922. The new military government arrested Andrew along with others. General Georgioi, sorry I can't pronounce these, Haitian Nestis was among commanding officer of the army, and 5 senior politicians were arrested, tried, and executed in the trial of the 6th. Oh my gosh. Andrew's life was also believed to be in danger, and Alice was under surveillance. Finally, in December, a revolutionary, do apologize, a revolutionary court banished Andrew from Greece for life. Oh, wow. The British naval vessel HMS Calypso evacuated Andrew's family with Philip carried to safety in a fruit box. Wow. In a fruit box as a baby. This is very interesting. I find it so interesting. I never knew all this. And we are discussing Prince Philip's life history, which was Queen Elizabeth II's husband. I know both of them have passed away. Both of them are late now, so it's quite nice to reminisce on their life history. So let's move on to upbringing in France, Britain, and Germany. Philip's family settled in a house in the Paris suburb of St. Cloud, lent to him by his wealthy aunt, Princess George of Greece and Denmark. During his time there, Philip was first educated at the Elms, an American school in Paris run by Donald McJanet, who described Philip as a know-it-all smarty. What? Who described Philip as a know-it-all smarty person. Okay, but was always remarkably polite. Ah, that's cool. In 1930, Philip was sent to Britain to live with his maternal grandmother at Kensington Palace and his uncle, George Mountbatten, 2nd Marquis of Milford Haven, at Linden Manor in Bray, Berkshire. I think it's Berkshire. He was then enrolled at Jeeves School. Over the next 3 years, his 4 sisters married German princes and moved to Germany. His mother was diagnosed with schizophrenia and placed in an asylum. Oh, wow. And his father took up residence in Monte Carlo. Philip had little contact with his mother for the remainder of his childhood. Ah, wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia if you'd like to follow up on any of this. And we've also got an audio playlist in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History, and you'll also find out on the Prince tab as well. So let's continue. Yeah, Philip had little contact with his mother for the remainder of his childhood. I found that quite sad. In 1933, Philip was sent to Schloss. Oh gosh, I'm so bad at pronouncing things. I can't pronounce these. I'll do my best. Schloss Salem. Anyone correct me in the comment section if you can pronounce these things better than I can. Let's continue. So he was sent to in that place in Germany, which had the advantage of saving school fees, okay, because it was owned by the family of his brother-in-law, Berthold Margrave of Baden. With the rise of Nazism in Germany, Salem's Jewish founder Kurt Hahn fled persecution and founded Gordonstoun School in Scotland, to which Philip moved after 2 terms at Salem. In 1937, his sister Cecil, her husband George Donatus, hereditary Grand Duke of Hesse, I think it's Hesse, their 2 sons, and George Donatus' mother, Donatus or Donatus? Donatus' mother, were killed in an air crash. Oh my gosh, in Austin. Oh no. Philip, then 16 years old, attended the funeral in Darmstadt. Oh, he had quite a tough upbringing, you know. Had a quite tough start to life. Cecil and George Donatus were members of the Nazi Party. The following year, Philip's uncle and guardian, Lord Milford Haven, died of bone marrow cancer. Milford Haven's younger brother, Lord Louis, took parental responsibility for Philip for the remainder of his youth. He had quite a tough upbringing. Let's continue. Philip did not speak Greek because he had left Greece as an infant. In 1992, he said that he could understand a certain amount. He stated that he thought of himself as Danish and spoke mostly English, while his family was multilingual. Known for his charm in his youth, Philip was linked to several women, including Osla Benning. Interesting. Let's continue. So we've got, okay, I think that brings us to the end of this session number 2. And in session number 3, we are going to talk about naval and war. Thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you so much for being here. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 3. If you haven't previously seen the other episodes, you'll find it on the community tab and in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's life history. So today we will be doing session number 3, and it's called Naval and Wartime Service in terms of Prince Philip's life history. And I'm reading from source Wikipedia. So let's go. After leaving Gordonstoun in early 1939, Philip completed a term as a cadet at the Royal Naval College, Dartmouth, then repatriated, sorry if I mispronounced that, then repatriated to Greece. Okay, living with his mother in Athens for a month in mid-1939. At the behest of King George II of Greece, his first cousin, he returned to Britain in September to resume training for the Royal Navy. He graduated from Dartmouth the next year as the best cadet in his course. Wow, that's amazing. During the Second World War, he continued to serve in the British forces, while 2 of his brothers-in-law, Prince Christoph of Hesse and Berthold Margrave of Baden, fought on the opposing German side. Philip was appointed as a midshipman in January 1940. He spent 4 months on the battleship HMS Ramillies, I think, protecting convoys of the Australian Expeditionary Force. Expeditionary Force in the Indian Ocean, followed by shorter postings on HMS Kent and on on HMS Kent, on HMS Shropshire, and in British Ceylon, or Ceylon or Ceylon. After the invasion of Greece by Italy in October 1940, he was transferred from the Indian Ocean to the battleship HMS Valiant in the Mediterranean Fleet. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history, so let's continue. Philip was commissioned as a sub-lieutenant on 1st of February 1941 after a series of courses at Portsmouth, in which he gained the top grade in 4 out of 5 sections of the qualifying examination. Among other engagements, he was involved in the Battle of Crete, and was mentioned in dispatches for his service during the Battle of Cape Matapan, in which he controlled the battleship's searchlights. He was also awarded the Greek War Cross. In June 1942, he was appointed to the destroyer HMS Wallace, which was involved in convoy escort tasks on the east coast of Britain, as well as the Allied invasion of Sicily. Promotion to lieutenant followed on 16th of July 1942. In October of the same year, aged 21, Philip became first lieutenant of HMS Wallace. He was one of the youngest first lieutenants in the Royal Navy during the invasion of Sicily in July 1943. As second in command of Wallace, he saved his ship from a night bomber attack. Wow, that's amazing. He devised a plan to launch a raft with smoke floats that successfully distracted the bombers. I am reading from source Wikipedia, by the way, and this is Prince Philip's life history. So don't get alarmed. This all happened in the 1942s and 1943. So I'm just reading from Wikipedia, so don't be alarmed. Okay, so let's continue. He devised a plan to launch a raft with smoke floats that successfully distracted the bombers, allowing the ship to slip away unnoticed. In 1944, he moved to the new destroyer HMS Whelp, where he saw service with the British Pacific Fleet in the 27th Destroyer Flotilla. He was present in Tokyo Bay when the Japanese instrument of surrender was signed. Philip returned to the United Kingdom on the Whelp in January 1946 and was posted as an instructor of HMS Royal Arthur, the Petty Officers' School in Corsham, Wiltshire. Wiltshire or Wiltshire? I'm so bad at pronouncing things. Just like to say thank you so much for your time. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. That brings us to the end of session number 3, which was called Naval and Wartime. Previously, we did session number 2, which discussed Prince Philip's early life and upbringing, and early life and education, and thanks for clicking. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel with notification bell turned on if you haven't already. Thank you so much for being here. So today's session is session number 4, and we are talking about Prince Philip's life history. And session number 4 is called Marriage. If you haven't already previously seen our previous episodes, you can catch up in the playlist section and also on the community tab, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History. So let's get on with session number 4, and it's called Marriage. in terms of Prince Philip's life history, and source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Marriage. In 1939, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth toured the Royal Naval College, Dartmouth, during the visit. The Queen and Lord Louis Mountbatten asked his nephew Philip to escort the royal couple's daughters, 13-year-old Elizabeth and 9-year-old Margaret, who were Philip's third cousins through Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom and second cousins once removed through King Christian IX of Denmark. Philip and Elizabeth had first met as children in 1934 at the wedding of Elizabeth's uncle, Prince George, Duke of Kent, to Philip's first cousin, Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark. After their 1939 meeting, Elizabeth fell in love with Philip and they began to exchange letters. Ah, how sweet. Eventually, in the summer of 1946, Philip asked George VI for his daughter's hand in marriage. The king granted his request, provided that any formal engagement be delayed until Elizabeth's 21st birthday, the following April. By March 1947, Philip had adopted the surname Mountbatten from his mother's family and had stopped using his Greek and Danish royal titles upon becoming a naturalized British subject. The engagement was announced to the public on 9th of July 1947. The engagement attracted some controversy. Philip had no financial standing, was foreign born, and had sisters who had married German noblemen with Nazi links. Marion Crawford wrote, "Some of the king's advisors did not think him good enough for her." Oh, wow. He was a prince without home or kingdom. Some of the papers played long and loud tunes on the string of Philip's foreign origin. Okay, let's continue. Later, biographies reported that Elizabeth's mother had reservations about the union initially and teased Philip as the Hun. In later life, however, she told the biographer Tim Hild that Philip was an English gentleman, though Philip appeared always to have regarded himself as Anglican, and he had attended Anglican services with his classmates and relations in England and throughout his Royal Navy days. He was baptized in the Greek Orthodox Church. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Geoffrey Fisher, wanted to regularize Philip's position by officially receiving him into the Church of England, which he did in October 1947. The day before the wedding, the king bestowed the style of Royal Highness on Philip, and on the morning of the wedding, 20th of November 1947, he was made the Duke of Edinburgh, Earl of Merioneth, and Baron Greenwich of Greenwich in the County of London. Consequently, being already a Knight of the Garter between 19th and 20th November 1947, he bore the usual style Lieutenant, His Royal Highness Sir Philip Mountbatten, and so described in the letters patent of 20th of November 1947. Philip and Elizabeth were married in a ceremony at Westminster Abbey, recorded and broadcast by BBC Radio to 200 million people around the world. Wow, that's amazing. In post-war Britain, it was unacceptable for any of Philip's German relations, including his 3 surviving sisters, to be invited to the wedding. Okay. After their marriage, Philip and Elizabeth took residence at Clarence House. Their first 2 children were born before Elizabeth's accession in 1952. Prince Charles in November 1948 and Princess Anne in August 1950. The couple's marriage was the longest of any British monarch, lasting over 73 years until Philip died in 2021. Sadly passed away. Let's continue. Concerned by her father's poor health, Elizabeth insisted that Philip gave up smoking, which he did cold turkey on their wedding day. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Most people find it hard to quit, but he did really well. Okay, let's continue. Philip was introduced to the House of Lords on 21st of July 1948, immediately before his uncle Louis Mountbatten, who had been Earl Mountbatten of Burma. Philip ostensibly never spoke in the House of Lords. He, his sons, and other royals ceased to be members of the House of Lords following the House of Lords Act in 1999, although Philip's former brother-in-law, Lord Snowdon, remained in the House. That brings us to the end of session number 4, and that was called Marriage, and that's in terms of Prince Philip's life history. And the next session will be called Early Duties, and that will be please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. The notification bell turn on so you won't miss another upload. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history. And if you haven't seen the previous episodes, you'll find it in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's life history, and it's also on the community tab. We also have Princess Anne's life history and Queen Elizabeth II's life history. So please do feel free to check those out after this. So today is session number 5, and it's called Early Duties. Previously, we discussed marriage in terms of Prince Philip's life history, and now we are on session number 5, and it's called Early Duties, and the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Early duties. After his honeymoon at the Mountbatten family home, Broadlands, Philip returned to the Navy, at first in a desk job at the Admiralty, and later on a staff course at the Naval Staff College, Greenwich. From 1949, he was stationed in Malta, residing at Villa Guardimangia, I think I pronounced that right, after being posted as the first lieutenant of the destroyer HMS Checkers, the lead ship of the first destroyer flotilla in the Mediterranean Fleet. He was promoted to lieutenant commander on 16th of July 1950 and given command of the frigate HMS Magpie. Philip was promoted to commander on 30th of June 1952, though his active naval career had ended in July 1951. With the king in ill health, Elizabeth and Philip were both appointed to the Privy Council on 4th of November 1951. After a coast-to-coast tour of Canada, at the end of January 1952, the couple set out on a tour of the Commonwealth. There, I apologize, they were in Kenya when Elizabeth's father died on 6th of February 1952. And she became queen. Philip broke the news to Elizabeth at Sagana Lodge, and the royal party immediately returned to the United Kingdom. Anyway, so the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, if you'd like to catch up on any of that. And also we have a playlist section, which I've done an audio version of Prince Philip's life history, Queen Elizabeth II's life history, Princess Anne's life history, and Prince Edward's life history. You'll find that all in the playlist section and on the community tab. So that brings us to the end of session. If you haven't already, please subscribe if you haven't already, with the notification bell turned on so you won't miss another upload. Today we will be talking about Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 6, and it's called Consort of the Queen. If you haven't seen our previous episodes, you'll find them in the playlist section and on the community tab. And we have done Queen Elizabeth II's life history, Prince Philip's life history, Prince Edward's life history, and Princess Anne's life history. Okay, so let's get into today's session, and it's session number 6, and it's called Consort of the Queen, in terms of Prince Philip's life history. So let's go. The source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. Elizabeth's accession to the throne brought up the question of the name of the royal house, as Elizabeth would typically have taken Philip's last name upon marriage. Lord Mountbatten advocated the name House of Mountbatten. Philip suggested House of Edinburgh after his ducal title or ducal title. Forgive me if I mispronounced it. When Elizabeth's grandmother, Queen Mary, heard of this, she informed Winston Churchill, who later advised Elizabeth to issue a royal proclamation declaring that the royal house was to remain known as the House of Windsor. Philip privately complained, "I am nothing but a bloody amoeba? Amoeba? What? Amoeba. Haven't come across that word before." Well, he was complaining. Okay, so Philip privately complained, "I am nothing but a bloody amoeba. I am the only man in the country not allowed to give his name to his own children." Felt passionate about that. That wasn't fair. Anyway, let's continue. Let's read more. In February 1960, the Queen issued an order in the council declaring that Mountbatten Windsor would be the surname of the couple's male line descendants, who are not styled as Royal Highness or titled as Prince or Princess. While it seems Elizabeth had absolutely set her heart on such a change and had it in mind for some time, it occurred only 11 days before the birth of their third child, Prince Andrew, and only after 3 months of protracted correspondence between English constitutional expert Edward Ewey, or Lewy, I think it's Ewey, who averted that without I do apologize, let's read that again, who averted that without such a change, the royal child would be born with the badge of, oh my goodness, the badge of bastardy. What? And Harold Macmillan, who had attempted to refute Ewey's arguments, Elizabeth and Philip's fourth child, Prince Edward, was born in March 1964. 6 months after she acceded to the throne, Elizabeth announced that Philip was to have place, preeminence, and precedence next to her on all occasions and in all meetings except where otherwise provided by Act of Parliament. She also say that again? I do apologize. She also intervened to ensure that Philip would serve as a regent for their son Charles in the event of her unexpected death. Parliament passed a bill to that effect in 1953. Contrary to rumours over the years, Elizabeth and Philip were said by insiders to have a strong relationship throughout their marriage, despite the challenges of Elizabeth's reign. Elizabeth referred to Philip in a speech on the occasion of her Diamond Jubilee in 2012 as her constant strength and guide. Yeah, they did have a brilliant marriage, and they were married for 73 years until death parted them. They had an amazing relationship, amazing marriage. I mean, couple goals. What more could you want? 73 years of marriage, that's a long time. They did amazing. Okay, let's continue. Philip received a parliamentary annuity of 359,000 since 1990 to meet official expenses in carrying out public duties. The annuity was unaffected by the reform of royal finances under the Sovereign Grant Act 2011. Any part of the allowance was not used to meet official expenditure was liable for tax. In practice, the entire allowance was used to fund his official duties. So that brings us to the end of session number 6. If you have not seen the rest or heard of the rest, we have the audio playlist, and that is in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History. We also have Queen Elizabeth II's life history, Princess Anne's life history, Prince Edward's life history in the playlist section and on the community tab. I do thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Please thumbs up if you haven't already, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, with the notification bell on so you won't miss the next upload. Thank you so much. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and today's session is session number 7, and it's called Supporting the Queen. If you haven't seen our previous episodes, there's a playlist in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History, and you also find it on the community tab as well. So let's go. Supporting the Queen. As consort, Philip supported his wife in her duties as sovereign, accompanying her to ceremonies such as the state opening of Parliament in various countries, state dinners, and tours abroad. As chairman of the Coronation Commission, he was the first member of the royal family to fly in a helicopter visiting the troops that were to take part in the ceremony. Philip was not himself crowned in the coronation service, but knelt before Elizabeth with her hands enclosing his and swore to be her liege man of life and limb. For 6 months, spanning 1953 and 1954, they toured the Commonwealth as was customary during previous tours. The children remained in Britain. Just want to go back to that part where it said he knelt before Elizabeth. How humble. A man knelt down before Elizabeth and swore to be her liege man of life and limb. How, humble is that? And he was a very, very respectful man to her, and he supported her in all her duties. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history, and it's called Supporting the Queen. So I was just going back and saying how humble he was, because we read the part that said he knelt before Elizabeth. Anyway, let's continue. For 6 months, spanning 1953 and 1954, they toured the Commonwealth, as was customary during previous tours. The children remained in Britain. In the early 1950s, Philip's sister-in-law, Princess Margaret, considered marrying a divorced older man, Peter Townsend. The press accused Philip of being hostile to the match, to which he replied, "I haven't done anything." Eventually, Margaret and Townsend parted. Oh no. In 1960, Margaret married Anthony Armstrong Jones, who was created Earl of Snowdon the following year. They divorced in 1978. Margaret did not remarry. Oh no. Oh. In 1956, Philip and Kurt Hahn founded the Duke of Edinburgh's Award to give young people a sense of responsibility to themselves and their communities. In the same year, he also established the Commonwealth Study Conferences. From 1956 to 1957, he traveled around the world abroad. Let's read that again, do apologize. He traveled around the world abroad. The newly commissioned HMY Britannia, during which he opened the 1956 Summer Olympics in Melbourne and visited the Antarctic, becoming the first royal to cross the Antarctic Circle. Elizabeth and the children remained in Britain. On the return leg of the journey, Philip's private secretary, Mike Parker, was sued for divorce by his wife. Oh no. Was sued for divorce by his wife. As with Townsend, the press still portrayed divorce as a scandal, and eventually Parker resigned. He later said that Philip was very supportive. The Queen was wonderful throughout. She regarded divorce as a sadness and not a hanging offence. In a public show of support, Elizabeth created Parker a commander of the Royal Victorian Order. Further press reports claimed the royal couple were drifting apart, which enraged Philip and dismayed Elizabeth, who issued a strongly worded denial. She granted him the style and title of a Prince of the United Kingdom by letters patent on 22nd of February 1957. It was gazetted that Philip was to be known as His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. Philip was appointed to Queen's Privy Council for Canada on 14th of October 1957, taking his oath of allegiance before the Queen in person at her Canadian residence. Rideau, I think it's Rideau, Rideau Hall. Remarks he made 2 years later to the Canadian Medical Association on the subject of youth and sport were taken as a suggestion that Canadian children were out of shape. This was at first considered tactless, but Philip was later admired for his encouragement of physical fitness. While in Canada in 1969, he spoke about his views on republicanism. In a complete misconception to imagine that the monarchy exists in the interests of the monarch. It doesn't. It exists in interest of the people. If at any time any nation decides that the system is unacceptable, then it is up to them to change it. In 1960, Philip attended the National Eisteddfod. I'm so bad at pronouncing things. The National Eisteddfod, I think, of Wales, wearing a long green robe, where he was initiated as an honorary ovate by the Archdruid of Wales, Edgar Phillips, through his bardic name, Philip. Ooh, Merinoid? To reflect his title of Earl of Merioneth. In 1961, he became the first member of the royal family to be interviewed on television after he appeared on Panorama to answer questions by Richard Dimbleby about the Common Technical Training Week, an initiative of which he was patron. In 1969, he made a similar appearance on Meet the Press during a tour of North America. That brings us to the end of session number 7, which was called Supporting. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, with the notification bell turned on so you won't miss the next upload. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history. And if you have missed out on any of our sessions, you can catch up in the playlist section and on the community tab. So today's session, and it's called Charities and Patronages, in terms of Prince Philip's life history. So let's go. Charities and patronages. Philip was patron of some 800 organizations, particularly focused on the environment industry, sports, and education. His first solo engagement as Duke of Edinburgh was in March 1948, presenting prizes at the boxing finals of the London Federation of Boys Clubs at Royal Albert Hall. He was president of the National Playing Fields Association, now known as Fields in Trust, for 64 years, from 1947 until his grandson, Prince William, took over the role in 2013. He was appointed a Fellow of the Royal Society in 1951. In 1952, he became patron of the Industrial Society, since renamed the Work Foundation. In the same year, and after his father-in-law's death, he took over the role of the Ranger of Windsor Great Park, overseeing its protection and maintenance. From 1955 to 1957, Philip was president of the Football Association and also served 2 terms as president of the Marylebone Cricket Club, with his tenures starting in 1949 and 1974, respectively. In the same decade, he became the first patron of Lord's Taverns, a youth cricket and disability sports charity for which he organised fundraising events. Between 1959 and 1965, Philip was the president of BAFTA. He helped found the Australian Conservation Foundation in 1963 and the World Wildlife Fund in 1961, and served as the latter's UK president from 1961 to 1982, international president from 1981, and president emeritus from 1996. He was also president of the Zoological Society of London for 2 decades and was appointed an honorary fellow in 1977. Despite his involvement in initiatives for conserving nature, he was also criticized for practices such as fox hunting and shooting of game birds. Yeah, okay, let's continue. And the killing of a tiger in India in 1961. He was president of the International Equestrian Federation from 1964 to 1986. In 1980, he became world champion in, let's read that again, do apologize. In 1980, he became world champion in 4-in-hand driving with the British national team. He served as Chancellor of the Universities of Cambridge, Edinburgh, Salford, and Wales. In 1965, at the suggestion of Harold Wilson, Philip became chair to a scheme set up for awarding industrial innovations, which later became known as the Queen's Awards for Enterprise. In the same year, Philip became president of the Council of Engineering Institutions, and in that capacity, he assisted with the inception of the Fellowship of Engineering, later the Royal Academy of Engineering, of which he later became the Senior Fellow. He also commissioned the Prince Philip Designers Prize and the Prince Philip Medal to recognize designers and engineers with exceptional contributions. In 1970, he was involved in the founding of the Maritime Trust for restoring and preserving historic British ships. In 2017, the British Heart Foundation thanked Philip for being its patron for 55 years, during which time, in addition, let's read that again, do apologize. In 2017, the British Heart Foundation thanked Philip for being its patron for 55 years, during which time, in addition to organising fundraisers, he supported the creation of 9 BHF-funded centres of excellence. He was an honorary fellow of St Edmund's College, Cambridge. So that brings us to the end of session number 9. So if you've missed out on previous sessions, we've got 1 to 8 already in the playlist. You find that in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History. You also find some more content on the community tab, which was called Charities and Patronages. So later on in the evening, we'll be back. Thank you for clicking please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and turn the notification bell on so you won't miss another upload. And today we will be continuing on with life history, and we are on session number 10, and it's called longevity. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Longevity. In April 2009, Philip became the longest serving British royal consort, surpassing Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. Hope I pronounced that right. Strelitz, wife of George III. He became the oldest ever male British royal in February 2013 and the third longest lived member of the British royal family, following Princess Alice, Duchess of Gloucester, and Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, in April 2019. Personally, he was not enthused about living an extremely long life, remarking in a 2000 interview when he was 79 that he could not imagine anything worse. Wow. Most people want to live long. I know I want to live long, as long as I'm in good health. I want to live as long as possible. Let's continue. And had no desire whatsoever to become a centurion, saying, bits of me are falling off already. Oh, okay, I get his point now. That's what I was saying. You'd probably want to live long as you're in good health. Yeah, so maybe his health was deteriorating. So now I kind of understand that, yeah. So let's continue. In 2008, Philip was admitted to King Edward VII's Hospital, London, for a chest infection. He walked into the hospital unaided, recovered quickly, and was discharged 3 days later. After the Evening Standard reported that Philip had prostate cancer, Buckingham Palace, which usually refuses to comment on health rumours, denied the story, and the paper retracted it. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, in case you need to check that out. Let's continue. In June 2011, in an interview marking his 90th birthday, Philip said that he would now slow down and reduce his duties, stating that he had done his bit. Wow. The Queen gave him the title Lord High Admiral for his 90th birthday. While staying in Sandringham House in December 2011, Philip suffered chest pains and was taken to the cardiothoracic unit at Papworth Hospital, Cambridgeshire, where he underwent successful coronary angioplasty and stenting. He was discharged a few days later. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, in case you need to check that out. Let's continue. In June, during the celebrations in honour of his wife's Diamond Jubilee, Philip was taken from Windsor Castle to King Edward VII's Hospital, suffering from a bladder infection. He was subsequently discharged after a reoccurrence of infection in August 2012. While staying at Balmoral Castle, he was admitted to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary for 5 nights as a precautionary measure. In June 2013, Philip was admitted to the London Clinic for an exploratory operation on his abdomen, spending 11 days in hospital. In May 2014, he appeared in public with a bandage on his right hand after a minor procedure was performed in Buckingham Palace the preceding day, Tony Abbott's surprised 2015 decision to make Philip a Knight of the Order of Australia was widely criticized in the country and contributed to Abbott's ouster as Australian Prime. Let's read that again. I do apologize. Tony Abbott's surprise 2015 decision to make Philip a Knight of the Order of Australia was widely criticised in the country and contributed to Abbott's ouster as Australian Prime Minister. In June 2017, Philip was taken from Windsor to London and admitted to King Edward VII's Hospital after being diagnosed with an infection. He spent 2 nights in the hospital and was unable to attend the state opening of Parliament and Royal Ascot. So the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, and we have now come to the end of session number 10, which was called Longevity. Previous episode, we discussed in terms of Prince Philip's life history. The preceding chapter, the one before that, was Charles and Diana. So if you need to catch up with any of this, we've got a playlist, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History. So you can find all the episodes in there. We also did Queen Elizabeth II's life history, Princess Anne's life history, Prince Edward's life history. Clicking. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you so much. So today we'll be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history. And today's session is session number 11, and it's called Final Years and Retirement. Philip retired from royal duties on 2nd of August 2017, meeting Royal Marines in his final solo public engagement, aged 96. Since 1952, he had completed 22,219 solo engagements. British Prime Minister Theresa May thanked him for a remarkable lifetime of service. On 20th of November 2017, he celebrated his 70th wedding anniversary with Elizabeth, which made her the first British monarch to celebrate a platinum wedding anniversary. In April 2018, Philip was admitted to King Edward VII's Hospital for a planned hip replacement. This came after the Duke missed the annual Maundy and Easter Sunday services. Princess Anne spent about 50 minutes in the hospital and afterwards said her father was on good form. He was discharged the next day. In May that year, he attended the wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle and was able to walk with Elizabeth unaided. That October, he also accompanied Elizabeth to the wedding of their granddaughter, Princess Eugenie of York, and with Jack Brooksbank. Unaided, okay. Let's continue. That October, he also accompanied Elizabeth to the wedding of their granddaughter, Princess Eugenie of York, and with Jack Brooksbanks, with the Telegraph reporting that Philip works on a wake up and see how I feel basis when deciding whether to attend an event or not. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history. In January 2019, Philip was involved in a car collision as he drove out onto a main road near the Sandringham estate. An official statement said he was uninjured. An eyewitness who helped him out of his car said there was a little bit of blood. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia if you need to double check with this, and we are just reading Prince Philip's life history. So let's continue. The driver and the passenger of the other car were injured and taken to hospital. Philip attended hospital the next morning as a precaution. He apologized and 3 weeks later voluntarily surrendered his driving license. Oh my goodness. In February, the Crown Prosecution Service announced that prosecuting Philip would not be in the public interest. Philip was still allowed to drive around private estates and was seen behind the wheel in the grounds of Windsor Castle in April 2019. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history. In December 2019, Philip stayed at King Edward VII's Hospital and received treatment for a pre-existing condition in a visit described by Buckingham Palace as a precautionary measure. He had not been seen in public since attending Lady Gabriella Windsor's wedding in 2019. A photo of the royal couple as they isolated at Windsor Castle during the C-19 pandemic was released ahead of his 99th birthday in June 2020. In July 2020, he stepped down as a colonel-in-chief of the Rifles, a position he had held since 2007. He was succeeded by his daughter-in-law, Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history. In January 2021, Philip and Elizabeth were vaccinated against C-19, that's COVID-19, by a household doctor at Windsor Castle. In February 2021, Philip was admitted to King Edward VII's Hospital as a precautionary measure, feeling unwell. He was visited by Prince Charles. Buckingham Palace confirmed that Philip was responding to treatment for an infection. In March, Philip was transferred by ambulance to St. Bartholomew's Hospital to continue treatment for an infection and to undergo testing and observation relating to a pre-existing heart condition. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history, and the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's continue. He underwent a successful procedure for his heart condition and was transferred back to King Edward VII's Hospital. He was discharged a week later and returned to Windsor Castle. So we were talking about Prince Philip's life history. That is Queen Elizabeth II's husband, or late husband, as she's late herself. Yeah, so basically a series about Prince Philip's life history, and I was just reading from Wikipedia. So if you'd like to catch up on there, you can. And also in the playlist section, you'll find that we've got a playlist called Prince Philip's Life History, Queen Elizabeth II's Life History, Princess Anne's Life History, and we did Prince Edward's Life History as well. So today's session is session number 11, and it was called Final Years. And 1 second. Yeah, Final Years and Retirement. So next session. Thank you for clicking. Please subscribe if you haven't already, and please thumbs up. Please also check out our community tab for more interesting content. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 13, and it's called Legacy. So, and the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. legacy in terms of Prince Philip's life history. Philip played polo until 1971 when he started to compete in carriage driving, a sport which he helped to expand. The sport's early rule book was drafted under his supervision. He was also a keen yachtsman and struck up a friendship in 1949 with boat designer and sailing enthusiast Uffa Fox in Cowes or Coles. Philip's first airborne flying lesson took place in 1952. By his 70th birthday, he had accrued 5,150 pilot hours. Wow, that's amazing. He was presented with Royal Air Force wings in 1953, helicopter wings with the Royal Navy in 1956, and his private pilot's license in 1959. After 44 years as a pilot, he retired in August 1997 with 5,986 hours spent in 59 different aircraft. Imagine, they were clocking the mileage. Don't even know how they calculated all that, but wow, it's amazing. In April 2014, it was reported that an old British Pathé newsreel film had been discovered of Philip's 1962 two-month flying tour of South America. Filmed sitting alongside him at the aircraft's controls was his co-pilot, Captain Peter Middleton, the grandfather of Philip's granddaughter-in-law, Catherine. Wow, how amazing. So they had already met. That's quite interesting. Oh, wow. In 1959, Philip flew solo in a Drewin Turbulent, becoming the first and, as of April 2021, the only member of the royal family to have flown a single-seat aircraft. Wow. Philip painted with oils and collected artworks, including contemporary cartoons, which hang at Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, Sandringham House, and Balmoral Castle. Hugh Casson described Philip's own artwork as exactly what you'd expect. Totally direct, no hanging about, strong colours, vigorous brushstrokes. He was patron of the Royal Society of Arts from 1952 until 2011. He was fascinated by cartoons about the monarchy and the royal family and was a patron of the Cartoon Museum. Interesting. We have been speaking about Prince Philip's life history. So that brings us to the end of session number 13, which was called Legacy. Session number 14. Thank you for clicking. Please thumbs up if you haven't already, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thank you for being here. So today we are continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 14, and it's called Personality and Image in terms of Prince Philip's life history, and the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Personality and image. Philip's down-to-earth manner was attested to by a White House butler who recorded that on a visit in 1976, Philip engaged him and a fellow butler in a conversation and poured them drinks, as well as a reputation for bluntness and plain speaking. Philip was noted for occasionally making observations and jokes that have been construed as either funny or as gaffes, awkward, politically incorrect, or even offensive, but sometimes perceived as stereotypical of someone of his age and background. In an address to the General Dental Council in 1960, he jokingly coined a new word for his blunders. Oh my goodness, I can't pronounce this myself. Let's give it a try. Dontopedology? Dontopedology? Dontopedology. I don't know. Is the science of opening your mouth and putting your foot in it. Now that is quite funny. A science which I have practiced for a good many years. Later in life, he suggested his comments may have contributed to the perception that he was a cantankerous old sod. Oh, wow. In a private conversation with British students from Xi'an's Northwest University during a state visit to China in 1986, Philip joked, "If you stay here much longer, you'll go slit-eyed." Oh my goodness, that's not a very good joke. What's the word? No, that's not a very good joke. That could be misconstrued 100%. Anyway, let's continue. The British press reported on the remark as indicative of a racial intolerance. Exactly. Yeah, that wasn't very nice. Yeah, I picked up immediately. But the Chinese authorities were reportedly unconcerned. Oh, they got a sense of humor then. Chinese students studying in the UK, an official explained, were often told in jest not to stay away too long, lest they go round-eyed. Touche. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history, and he made a joke when he was in China, and then literally the Chinese people made the joke back. So that was what I found quite funny. All right, I'll read the passage again, just so in case the benefit of you that are just joining, I found that bit quite funny, that they returned his joke. Prince Philip. Okay, so let me read the paragraph again. In a private conversation with British students from Jiang's Northwest University during a state visit to China in 1986, Philip joked, "If you stay here much longer, you'll go slit-eyed." I know that part I didn't find funny, but listen to the return. The British press reported on the remark as indicative of a racial intolerance, but the Chinese authorities were reportedly unconcerned. Chinese students studying in the UK, an official explained, were often told in jest not to stay away too long lest they go round-eyed. That's the part I found funny. Anyway, let's continue. His comment did not affect Sino-British relations, but it shaped his reputation. Philip also made comments on the eating habits of Cantonese people, stating, "If it has 4 legs and is not a chair, has wings and is not an airplane, or swims and it's not a submarine, the Cantonese will eat it." Oh my gosh, Prince Philip, yeah, definitely a personality. Some of these things I don't even think he should be saying as a joke, but anyway, that's what he said. Source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, if you'd like to follow it up. In Australia, he asked an Indigenous Australian entrepreneur, "Do you still throw spears at each other?" Oh my gosh, nah. Some of his jokes, he thought he was being funny, but obviously different races could have turned it as, yeah, a bit not very good. Let's continue. In 2011, historian David Starkey described Philip as a kind of HRH, Victor Meldrew. For example, in May 1999, British newspapers accused Philip of insulting deaf children at a pop concert in Wales by saying, "No wonder you are deaf listening to this row." Oh my gosh. I think he had jokes. He had a personality. He had jokes, but his jokes were very insensitive. That's what I'll say. Yeah, very, very insensitive. But that was the personality of Prince Philip. And read a source I'm reading from his Wikipedia. If you'd like to follow up on his personality traits, it's all written there. I'm just reading it. Yeah, wow. He thought he was funny, but a lot of his jokes were. Let's leave it at that. Let me continue reading. Yeah, no. Later, Philip wrote, "The story is largely invention. It so happens that my mother was quite seriously deaf, okay, and I have been patron of the Royal National Institute for the Deaf for ages, so it's hardly likely that I would do such a thing." Even though he was a patron and all that, you still have to be sensitive when you're dealing with sensitive matters. I don't think it's something to joke about, but that's what he did, and he found it funny, but I don't find it funny. Yeah, let's continue. When he and Elizabeth met Stephen Menery, an army cadet blinded by a real IRA bomb, and Elizabeth inquired how much sight he retained, Philip quipped, "Not a lot, judging by the tie he's wearing." Oh my gosh, see what I'm saying about insensitive? Oh my goodness. Minery later said, "I think he just tries to put people at ease by trying to make a joke." I certainly didn't take offense. Okay, that's good. They didn't take offense because they knew his personality. So he probably didn't mean anything by these things, but another person could have seen it as insensitive. Exactly. Yeah. Philip's comparison of prostitutes and wives was also perceived as offensive after he reportedly stated, "I don't think a prostitute is more moral than a wife, but they are doing the same thing." Oh my gosh, Prince Philip. How did the Queen put up with this personality of his? Oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah, so that brings us to the end of chapter number 14, which was called Personality and Image in terms of Prince Philip's life history on Wikipedia. We also have an audio version which I've put together, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History. For clicking, please thumbs up if you haven't already, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So today we'll be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 15, and it's called Centenary, or is it Centenary? So, and the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So if you'd like to catch up on there, you can. We also have the audio playlist that I've put together, and it's on the community tab and in the playlist section, and it's called Prince Philip's Life History. So this is session number 15. Let's go. Centenary. To mark the centenary of Philip's birth in June 2021, the Royal Collection Trust held an exhibition at Windsor Castle and the Palace of Holyrood House, titled Prince Philip, a celebration. It showcased around 150 personal items related to him, including his wedding card, wedding menu, midshipman's, do apologize, logbook from 1940 to 1941, chair of the state, and the coronation robes and coronet that he wore for his wife's coronation in 1953. George Alexis Weymouth's portrait of Philip in the ruins of Windsor Castle after the fire in 1992 formed part of a focus of Philip's involvement with the subsequent restoration. Oh yeah, I remember when that happened. That was disastrous, and the Queen was very upset about that when Windsor Castle burnt, but they restored it very well after that, yeah. So let's continue. The Royal Horticultural Society also marked Philip's centenary by breeding a new rose in his honour, christened the Duke of Edinburgh Rose, created by British rose breeder Harkness Roses. Elizabeth, as patron of the society, was given the deep pink commemorative rose in honour of her husband, and she remarked that it looks lovely. Can you imagine her saying that in her accent? A Duke of Edinburgh rose has since been planted in the mixed rose border of Windsor Castle's East Terrace garden. Philip played a major role in the garden's design. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history, so let's continue. In September 2021, the Royal National Lifeboat Institution honoured Philip by naming their new state-of-the-art lifeboat as, do apologise, let's read that again. In September 2021, the Royal National Lifeboat Institution honoured Philip by naming their new state-of-the-art lifeboat Duke of Edinburgh. The tribute was initially planned to mark his 100th birthday. In the same month, a documentary initially planned for his centenary was broadcast on BBC One under the title Prince Philip. The royal family remembers with contributions from his children, their spouses, and 7 of his grandchildren. So that brings us to the end of session number 15. That was called Centenary, or is it Centenary? And we will be continuing on with session number. Again, please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So today we will be continuing on with Prince Philip's life history, and we are on session number 16, and it's called Portrayals. So the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia, and if you'd like to catch up with our Prince Philip's audio version, I've created a playlist, and you'll find it in the playlist section and on the community tab. So let's go. Portrayals in terms of Prince Philip's life history. Philip has been portrayed by several actors, including Stuart Granger, The Royal Romance of Charles and Diana, 1982, Christopher Lee, Charles and Diana, A Royal Love Story, 1982, David Threlfall, The Sisters, let's read that again, I do apologise. David Threlfall, The Queen's Sister, 2005, James Cromwell, The Queen, in 2006, and Finn Elliott, Matt Smith, Tobias Menzies, and Jonathan Pryce, The Crown, 2016 onwards. He also appears as a fictional character in Nevil Shute's novel In the Wet, 1952. Paul Gallico's novel Mrs. Aris Goes to Moscow, 1974. Tom Clancy's novel Patriot Games, 1987, and Sue Townsend's novel The Queen and I, 1992. So that brings us to the end of session number 16, and it's called Portrayals. Next, we will be talking about TV. Thank you for clicking. Please thumbs up if you haven't already. Please subscribe to the channel with notification bell on if you haven't already. And thank you so much for being here. So today we will be life history. Death. So we'll be talking about Prince Philip's life history, and this session is called Death. And I'm reading from source Wikipedia. Okay, so let's go. Philip died of old age on the morning of 9th of April 2021 at Windsor Castle at the age of 99. He was the longest serving royal consort in world history. Elizabeth, who was reportedly at her husband's bedside when he died, described his death as having left a huge void in her life. The palace said Philip died peacefully, which was confirmed by his daughter-in-law, Sophie, Countess of Wessex, who told the press it was so gentle. It was just like somebody took him by the hand and off he went. His death led to the commencement of Operation Fourth Bridge, the plan for publicly announcing his death and organizing his funeral. The usual public ceremonial could not take place because of the regulations for C-19, COVID-19 pandemic, which restricted the number of mourners to 30. It was later reported in the press that Elizabeth had rejected a government offer to relax the rules. The funeral took place on 17th of April 2021 at St. George's Chapel, Windsor Castle, and Philip was temporarily interred alongside 25 other coffins, including that of George III, in the royal vault inside St. George's. Representatives of countries around the world sent condolences to the royal family upon his death. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history. As with other senior members of the royal family, Philip's last will and testament will be sealed for at least 90 years, according to a High Court ruling which deemed it necessary to protect the Queen's dignity and standing. This led to speculation that I do apologize, let's read that again. This led to speculation that the will might contain material harmful to the reputation of the royal family. The order was made by the president of the family division after a private hearing in July 2021, who said that he had neither seen the will, neither seen the will, nor been informed of any of its contents. Wow. In January 2022, The Guardian challenged the judge's decision to exclude the press from that hearing, arguing that the judge had erred by failing to consider any lesser interference with open justice than a private hearing, and the newspaper was granted leave to appeal. In July 2022, the Court of Appeal dismissed the newspaper's arguments, stating that the press could not have been informed of the hearing without risking the media storm that was feared. The court added that a perceived lack of transparency might be a matter of legitimate public debate, but the non-contentious probate rules allows wills and their values to be concealed from the public gaze in some cases. We are talking about Prince Philip's life history. A series of Thanksgiving for Philip's life took place at Westminster Abbey on 29th of March 2022, with Elizabeth, foreign royalty and politicians in attendance. Elizabeth died on 8th of September 2022, and the royal couple's bodies were interred in the King George VI Memorial Chapel at St. George's on the evening of 19th of September after her state funeral. Do miss both of them. That brings us to the end of session number 12, which was called Death, and we're talking about Prince Philip's life history. And the next session will be session number 13. TV. Thank you for clicking on this live stream. Please thumbs up if you haven't already, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you so much for tuning in. And today's session will be about Anne, Princess Royal, or Princess Anne, which is Queen Elizabeth II's first and only daughter. So previously we did a whole playlist on Queen Elizabeth II's life history, and you'll find that in the community tab and on the playlist section, Queen Elizabeth II's life history. And we had finished with her yesterday. So now we are moving on by popular demand, because we did do a poll, and the most popular next person to talk about was Princess Royal, Princess Anne. So let's go. And the source I'm reading from is Wikipedia. So let's go. Anne, Princess Royal. Actually, she's one of my favorite royals because she is so hardworking, and I love the way she supported Prince Charles when he was Prince Charles, and now he's King Charles. She supported him from younghood, if that's even a word, to adulthood, and they've been the best of friends. She's one of my favorite royals. Okay, so let's go. Now I am really getting into the content, and the source is Wikipedia. Okay, let's go. Anne, Princess Royal. Anne Elizabeth Alice Louise, born 15th of August 1950, is a member of the British royal family. She is the second child and only daughter of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh at the time, and the only sister